Dobre, ideme na to, začíname. Je sobota 22.8.2026. Začíname 11.23, nákaz som na to vykadil. Budem stavať 11.20. Nebudem každý deň stavať 9.40 ako pičus. A 11.20 je OK. Budú dní, keď si trošku viacej výsť ten koc. Ako napríklad sobota, nedeľa. A pretože
mechanisms, the actual warning signs.
dobre, mám trošku ako nos, trochu parmazánu, trochu krkovičky a trochu mákového nárzu. Mám trochu mákového nárzu. Koľko máme? 32,3, vonku je 22. Možno otvoriť potom jedného škrekuša. Máme tu pripravený nákovník. No. Poďme do Bily. Poďme do Bily. Skúsime zohnať Adriatic Queen sardinky. Adriatic Queen sardinky. Povedal že je tu nákovník a ty budeš chcieť ho vylizovať so mnou. Máme to minerálku, jednu tematiku budišu. Klasický jemne perlivý zázvor. Nohy sú na tom oveľa lepšie už. Nohy sú na tom oveľa lepšie ako boli včera. Je to klasický budič, jemne perlivý zázvor. Tako to vyzerá. Litra polková servátka s nejakými výživovými údajmi. Litra polka. Vidíme to. Tako to vyzerá. Dáme si do nosa, lízneme a ideme ďalej. Ideme ďalej! No. Gogo, ty čo? Škrekulo. Ide sa povedať. Prišiel ten čas, škrekoš. Ale to vôbec nie je perlivé. Ani teraz necítim nejako extra, že by to bolo perlivé. Aj keď sú tam. Ale to vyprcha veľmi rýchlo, to je nič tam. Aj skoro keď bolo čisté. Tak sme v strašné časy, no. Snažíme sa nejako prežiť v tejto divočine. Mám tak chcem utrpenie, na niečo sa namotivovať. Ale taká buržoázia. Taká buržoázia. Lebo naša špekačka bude chcieť. Bude chcieť trošku makarónov. Čo nám tu chýba? Šperk. Šperk. Sa na to pozrieť. Musíme si podmať týchto komikov spolu.
Tak
to navíc je pravda.
tuto vidíte, pán si musí hľadať hráča číslo 28, aby vedel, jaký diel natáčať. Ja to len hlavný.
No poď, sa pripravoval.
Cezar. A to mi stačí. Ja som Cezar Blackman a ty si to tam ani s tou pani. Počkáme.
Ja môžem povedať, čo som si ja našiel. 28 mal Steven Gerrard, keď začínal v Liverpoole ako junior.
Super.
Tak to bol.
A to mal aj Pele, keď je on aj mal žiakov, ne? Alebo čo?
Tu by to vyskočilo.
Vítame vás pri ďalšom dieli
Teraz si ma,
netradičného podcastu. Plný
teraz
chýb,
si ma vykopal. Určite.
plný chýba a zrovnaní. Ja to musím rýchlo spraviť, aby som sa nedostal do úzkých. Čo ti zrekol za tento
Tento
týždeň?
týždeň ďalšia náročná otázka. Teraz po ceste, ak som počúval podcast SFZ, známy to, tvoj obľúbenec Ďuro Černý tam mal nejakého Jana Letka, nejakého tátovho analytika, úplne som...
Ja ti skúsim väčší. Ten SFZ podcast to začína brať vážne, lebo oni to vydávajú ako večerné správy.
Idú.
Večerné správy. No hovor.
No a vlastne som sa tak ukludnil, pretože sa tam pustili troška do novinárov, že podávajú také troška nepresné informácie a neoverené, že vlastne tento, čo sa deje momentálne tým, že tie kluby odhlasujú tie manšafty, že to je úplne v poriadku, že vlastne že nezanikajú, lebo klub sa ráta zaniknutý, až keď 2 roky sa neprihlási do súťaže. S týmto začať, že to vôbec nie je pravda, že nejaké a pracoval tam však hovorím dátový analytik s nejakými číslami, ktoré naznačujú, že síce je nejaký úbytok družstiev, ktoré sa neprihlásili, ale že mládež rastie. Že tam je to dobré, že je to všetko v poriadku a že vlastne to není ani ich chyba, že to, že tie kluby teda sa odhlasujú, jak to oni tvrdia, že to je v rámci nejakej, troška zaútočili ináč, že v rámci nejakej politickej nálady a takej, že ľudia sú nastavení a že nie sú infraštruktúry, čiže oni bohužiaľ s tým nič nemajú, ale tie rasty mládeže, to už je na ich triku.
A preto im dlžia tým mladíkom peniaze. Samozrejme, to už je tuším tretí podcast v krátkej dobe, čo sa týka SFZ a idú. A sa mi páči, bol tam len nejaký právny, oni si tam dávajú tie svoje kapacity, ktoré všetko obhajujú, ale vždy sa púšťajú iba do tých tém, ktorých vedia niečo povedať, čo môžu povedať. Hej. Ešte doteraz sa nevyjadrili tým peniazom z bankomatu a ja neviem čo, ale vždy tieto témy a tuším ten právnik tam z nejakej kancelárie, čo ich zastupuje, povedal, že čo sa bojíme, však tie peniaze, čo vlastne teraz prídu, sú presne viazané, tie sa nemôžu, oni to často používajú. A potom sa pýtam, že tie predošlé splátky, čo boli presne viazané, jak to, že potom tí, čo to majú, to nemajú.
No zvláštne,
No lebo oni vždy niečo obhája a potom...
perfektne si to vedia obhájať.
No ale ani potom nedostávajú tie druhé otázky. Ja sa potom pýtam, že tak keď chýbajú tým ľuďom peniaze, tak sú dve možnosti. Buď ich niekto udbal, alebo sa...
Nemôžeš, Mákovník, no už si tu. Už si tu a chceš vylizovať Mákovník. Nemôžeš vylizovať Mákovník, už si tu.
A potom to je napríklad toho prezidenta, lebo oni všetci hovoria, že je úžasný manažér. Takže niekde je stále chyba. Takže oni si jedno zodpovedia, ale zápäť ti príde potom ďalšia otázka. Hej, takisto, jak rozprávali, že prezident nebere plat, potom zbral nejaké odmeny.
Jeden kúsok.
Sa nesťahujú. Oni vždy tú otázku vyvrátia, ale oni nemajú ten dialog. Vieš, že tam dvaja sedia, oni sa povedia, pozrie si ich 100 ľudí na tom Instagrame, na tom YouTube, a oni si myslia, že všetko je s kostolným poriadkom.
No bohužiaľ, ale ja už som, teda ani nie ja, ale jeden známy podcaster prišiel s celkom dobrým nápadom, že vlastne, že tie chýbajúce peniaze, ktoré momentálne vlastne tam chýbajú, lebo neprišla tá splátka z ministerstva, že by ste to ako sa pozbierali my. On navrhol, že by mohli ako prispieť hráči. Hej, že by hráči sa vzdali svojho honoráru alebo vlastne svoje výplaty z reprezentačných štátov, tak to už rovno, to sú takí istí ľudia, jak sme my, tak to sa môžeme skladať. Poďme sa všetci my skladať a nech tie zlodení pokračujú ďalej. Chápeš?
Práve, že ja som tu mal inú tému, že by sme my všetci mohli robiť, ktorej sa potom dostaneme. Lebo teraz vlastne môžeme ísť na chvíľu k Slovanu zápasom s Lublanou. Dúfam, že rozumieme sa. A vyskakujú také tie konšpirácie, to nazveme. Tým Čeferino.
Áno.
A to je tiež prezident nejakej organizácie, tej väčšej, pod ktorú vlastne...
Jeden hrič.
SFZ. A ja som sa aj bavil s ľuďmi, že proste funguje nejaká diplomácia, že ty proste vieš ohýbať niečo, aby si v končnom dôsledku dosiahol to, čo chceš.
Áno.
Tvoj názor?
Ešte raz.
Či ten rozhodca bol proste kúpený,
Je to takto sa rovno.
Bávame sa takto.
To sú pre mňa také konšpirácie industrie. Ja sa nechcem pučiť, akože ten rozhodca zapíska. Mňa ani neštve, že či bolo kúpený, že takýto človek tam vôbec bol. Počkej, OK, dobre. Mohol spraviť nejakú chybu, rozumieš, bol zaplatiť nejakých 300 eur z nejakú stranu. OK, dobre. Robia chyby, všetko sa dá, dostal trest, ale s takýmto CVčkom sa dostane rozhodca do, čo to je, finále predkola Ligy majstrov? Nebláznimo. Toto mne viacej vadí, ako to, že či on bol kúpený, alebo čo. Rozumieš? To je závadová osoba. A on sa dostane až tam. Čo ho mal pískať niekde tretiu nemeckú ligu.
Ale ja ti poviem jednu vec, že to je možno taký ten title league, ktorý v tom čase bol tedy podržtaška.
Dobre.
A vieš, za čo on dostal trest? On dostal trest za to,
Že držal hubu.
že jeho hlavný rozhodca si robil na ihrisku, čo chcel, a on na tej čiare mal proste držať hubu.
Áno.
A potom sa to možno deje na každej dedine u nás, hej.
To je dobre.
No, takže možno, že on bol ten kajúcnik, ale museli mu dať taký trest, takže možno, že ho zobrali ako vzor dokonca, že vlastne odhalil túto kauzu, čo u nás zatiaľ žiadny rozhodca nespravil a dostal potom takéto zápasy, ktoré rozhodujú o tých veľkých peniazoch. A je to tu, že proste tá diplomácia, možno toho Čerefina, teraz sa nebáme ani tak, že tam ide o Čereferi. Teraz sa ani nebáme tak, že ide o to, že to celé je Ligu majstrov, že to je primárne to. Podľa mňa tam je primárne to, že celý slovenský futbal dostane strašne veľké peniaze, celá tá liga. Vieš, oni keď postúpia, to, čo spravil Slovan, proste všetky tie mužstvá maličké dostanú nejaké obnosy, nedaj Bože, oni tam uhrajú ešte nejaké body, ale sa to nepodarilo. Vieš, to sú veľké veci.
Áno, to sú také veci, také založené
Ale
troška.
áno, však
Ne, že ja nerad sa do tohto púšťam, pokiaľ sa nemáme čoho zachytiť. Zase, ako vyzerá to tak, ale není sa čoho zachytiť, takže ja by som...
ale musíme byť my, no dobre, takto, musíme byť asi my fanúšikovia aktívni, lebo poďme podcastom, vidíš, ty si spomenul podcast SFZ. Ja mám v podstate nervy na všetky ostatné podcasty. Možno, že sa z toho vymýka tá prvá liga, ktorá občas do toho tak zabrdne.
To je ťukne, no.
Zabrdne a idú. Lebo Jojka není zatiaľ viazaná, oni nemajú v podstate, Vojo vysiela ligu, Repre má tuším tiež Vojo, alebo FCVS, alebo že oni v podstate, oni majú ten hokej, hej? Takže tam majú také voľné ruky a občas si otvoria ústa, čo iní novinári nerobia. Keď si zoberieš Vojo, musí spolupracovať, lebo je tam tá liga, reprezentácia, všetky títo STV, či jak sa volajú, mal by som to vedieť, tí majú reprezentačné zápasy, občas dostanú a všetci títo nazveme novinári, aby dobre, nech sú komentátori, nazveme to balíček novinárov, sú nejakí asi viazaní nejakým, aby oni mohli dostávať rozhovory. Všetky podcasty majú Fortunu, tak Fortuna zase sponzoruje SFZ, tí sa asi zase boja, že sa nebudú dostávať na reprezentačné zrazy, sa pýtať tých hráčov, všetci sú úplne ticho, iba tak mimo slova, niečo povedia v tých svojich podcastoch, naraz ma dorazil, teraz musím fakt napomenúť, akože sa mi to nepáči, proste kopačky z lavičky, oni tam na záver to hodnotia, a jeden tam hodnotil, že že sa mu nepáči, čo sa deje na Slovenskom futbalovom zväze. A to bol ten tretí človek, ktorý vlastne nepracuje v žiadnych médiách. A tí dvaja páni, jeden, čo má robiť denníku Šport, druhý je ten komentátor, sa len tak na seba pozreli, no to k tomu by mohol byť aj špeciálny diel, no ale asi ho nevydáme. Mi to tak prípada, vieš. A teraz je tá horúca polievka, to futbalové fórum sa snaží niečo spraviť a oni nemajú podporu v tých médiách. To, že občas vidieť nejaký článok, to je akože, tak, vieš, to má byť masírované. A stále mi to tu chýba a potom sa dostane tej veci, čo ma napadlo.
No, neviem, akým spôsobom sa to ďalej takto posúdať. Možno my takto, ale to je stále málo, rozumieš? To není taká sila, aby sme vedeli to posunúť.
No, ale
tí, ktorí sú viazaní, tí sa proste do toho naozaj nepustia.
Ty do niečom a potom ja to nebudem pozerať, lebo ty si ten, čo udáva trend futbalu, že ty mi dávaš informácie z futbalu, ale ja nechcem stále počúvať, aký bol zápas. Teraz sú Ružomberok, Bystrica, mňa zaujímajú aj podstatnejšie veci. To si stačí, keď si poviem highlight a mne to stačí, hej, že ty mi to tam budeš rozprávať v tom podcaste, akože super, však akože ja som rád, že sú futbalové podcasty, dokonca teraz ma oslovil jeden chalani z Kozniky, ďalší nový podcast, trošku iný, s futbalovou tematikou a na to sa dosť teším, keď bude taký, aký bude, nebudem predbiehať, potom keď vidie, tak sa to všetci dozvieme. Ale ja si myslím, že mali by sme skúsiť a takú vec, však akože my sme mali páni, ale možno, že keby sa tí ľudia ku nám pridali, že vieš, pamätáš si, pred chvíľou bola taká petícia Real Madrid, fans, že na odvolanie Mbappého.
Áno.
A proste, že aké šialenstvo sa toho vzniklo, samozrejme Mbappé tam zostal, lebo však jasné, že... Ale že ja chcem byť fakt, že tí ľudia, čo sú tí fanúšikovia, tí členovia, tí obyčajní členovia, tí hráči a takí, že či s týmto súhlasia, s týmto vedením. Že, a teraz mi to trklo do nosa, lebo priaznivci futbalu spustili petíciu na odvolanie toho Infantina FIFA. Uvidíme, akú to má odozvu. Tak my by sme my fanúšikovia mali spustiť petíciu na odvolanie tohto Kováčika.
Alebo celé tie bandy kvázi.
No tak ja si myslím, že keď odíde hlava, tak potom tí ostatní, tie podržtačky, ja tam sa popracujú.
Môžeme to vyskúšať.
Ale musíme nájsť niekoho, že to vie, jak sa to robí. Alebo to musíme zistiť, že to nemôže byť asi také ťažké, aby to malo nejaký dosah, aby sa to ako prezdielávalo, aby to bolo také jednoduché, že to nemôže byť zase nejaké zložité, keď na toho Mbappého sa tam...
Ale je to taký priemerný tečka, to úplne zvládne. Takže keby
ale tej pani, že sa pýtala, či sa by to možno tiež zvládla.
Teoreticky.
To zistíme. No to je možné, lebo slovenský futbalový zväz má okolo 420 000 členov. To mi tiež nejde do hlavy.
To je zvláštne číslo, že viem, koľko sa to nastaví.
No keď je 1400 klubov, tak to vychádza, že v každom klube by malo byť plus minus 300 členov.
300 členov.
A pred chvíľou sa zverejnila taká tabulka, že najviac členov má, tam si vymyslím, viem, že Slovan tam má nejaký 3/4, taký plus minus 470, to je jedno. To je najviac.
Niekto tam mal 4.
Hej, tvoj typ, to bol top 10, tam bol tam, to bolo okolo 400, no 500 tuším nemal nikto.
Ne.
A jak môže byť priemer 300?
Neviem, ktorá to je, čo do všetko do toho spada. Lebo vlastne tí členovia, to sú vlastne tí, čo zaplatia si nejaké členské, že to, tam sa neráta hospodár.
Ja neviem, môže byť, ja neviem, kto to je. Akože, príde mi to také, neviem, kto všetko môže byť člen toho SFZ. Neviem, či oni aj možno, že chcú to navyšovanie, lebo podľa toho možno dostávajú tie štátne dotácie. Podľa členov.
Čiže by sme tu mali nejaké mŕtve duše?
Možno, že ty si tam. Zisti seba, či si nepodíš to členské.
Si máme ešte nejakú registračku.
Takže je to, som sklamaný z tých podcastov. Že keby aspoň začali každý ten podcast prvých 5 minút a potom nechci zrobia tú svoju a my sa tu fakt pozeráme na človeka, ktorý nám sa to smie do tváre, dokonca to, robia si podcasty teraz, a to máme, oni robia podcasty každý druhý deň a normálne nám tu, ako sa nám tu podľa mňa smejú.
Pochopiteľne, ale ja už by som aj privítal, že by tam niekto sa prihlásil, že by chcel ísť do toho podcastu, aby to nebolo len jednostranné, že by to troška, aby došlo k nejaké také konfrontácii.
Teraz sa pozval, sa to volali také mediálne raňajky a tam ho nedostali všetci novinári. Iba tí, čo pekne píšu.
Lebo toto nemá žiadnu výpovednú hodnotu, chápeš? Ani to nenebere sledovnosti, že sa ľudia
Nemôžeš Markovník.
dozvedia, to tam fakt ozaj pár ľudí si to pustí. A keby došlo k tej konfrontácii, tak možno, že by to tam narastla a možno by sa aj širšia verejnosť dozvedela komplet veci. Napríklad. Niekto fundovaný, nech sa páči, nejaký šikovný novinár.
To je ich podcast, rozumieš, aj my si sa mocikov nepoznáme.
Čiže, ale ešte k tej petícii by som chcel, že teda keby sme to nejakého, keby sa nám ozval nejaký taký celkom šikovný ITčkár, nemusí to byť úplný borec, podľa mňa to je.
A to netreba si ani ITčkár, niekto to má také skúsenosti z niečo.
Alebo také niečo, no. Že by ste sa nám mohol prihlásiť.
Že by to bolo fajn, možno to úplne zanikne a bude to z toho sranda, ale to je jedno. Ale...
Aspoň vyskúšať to treba, no. Kto neskúša, nebudeme ticho tak ako všetci ostatní. Aspoň skúsme. Aspoň taký prvý s tou vlajkou, že halo. Taký úplne malý, ale takou vlajočkou malý.
A bola by tá sranda, že koľko ľudí by to podpísalo. Len je otázka, že to malo nejaký dosah, že by sa to vedelo prezdieľať. Ja som, aby to tí ľudia, tí, čo trošku na tom záleží, aspoň, že by si to prečítali, ak to aj nepodpíšu, nevadí, ale že taký, keby to mal taký dosah, že sa to ľuďom dostane. Čo tam už začiarknúť, či áno, alebo nie, tak to je na nich samozrejme, že nebudeme nikoho nútiť, tak je demokracia, ale že taký fundovaný, čo by to vedel spraviť tak, aby to malo dosah k ľuďom, čo sú tí futbaloví fanúšikovia, ktorí majú radi futbal, ktorí sú hráči, bývalí hráči a ja neviem čo.
Takže dúfame, že sa nám niekto takýto ozve a by ste sa do toho veľmi radi pustili.
No tak keď sa katúra preuzná, pôjdem.
Aj tak hrajú na opačnej strane republiky pod najbližšie zápasy. Dovtedy to už... Dovtedy to už koleží.
Alebo vieme si dať dáme si na maske, poviem takého maskerovi, keď sa nejaký atraktívny súper, na ktorý samozrejme my nedostaneme lístky, lebo na atraktívnych súperov sa tie lístky nejako inak dostávajú do predaja. Keď sme pri tých lístkach, poďme na chvíľu k Slovanu. Slovinská strana začala vrácať peniaze za lístky, ktoré si fanúšikovia kúpili. Tuším, že sa tá tribúna volá tá východná petáčka.
Tak, ktorá bola uzavretá, keď sa tam pred roky hrali.
Tá pozdĺžna, ktorá sa zrazu na základe niečoho dala otvoriť. A že to je super, že...
Dobre, je to pre ľudí.
Je to pre ľudí, je to pre postup. Takže Slovanici, dávajte si pozor, podajte si maily, ale tak sme sa my, než rozhodli, taká iniciatíva, že tí, čo máte tie lístky, že poďte tam, hotely máte asi zabukované, toto potom dostanem
Ešte nemám.
hotelu, že
Že by sme u vás aj
možno,
prespali.
že keď je takáto mienka, že my by sme sa tam aj potlačili za tou bránou, že neviem, koľko lístkov môže byť reálne kúpených zo slovenských adres na tú východnú tribúnu. Viem, že na západne to zatiaľ nevracajú.
Dobre, počkaj, stop. A ako je to možné, že oni, keď si raz kúpim lístok, tak, a oni, že ma na ten stadion nepustia, za to, že som z iného klubu. Však tuto na Tehelnom poli sme sa to tam miešali sme sa tam s tými Kosovčanmi, bolo to všetko OK. A zrazu,
Kedy pán Čurný v nejakom podcaste proste,
No.
že oni nemajú jako to spraviť.
Aha,
Nemajú na to páky.
tak-
Že to by v podstate on sa videl za mrežami, keby to spravil. A hla,
takže presne takto tu.
takže
Takto. Robí sa to
v
takto.
podstate tá istá súťaž
Jasné.
pod značkou UEFA.
Áno. A ide to.
A ide to. Zrazu to ide. Len trošku to... Ale tak možno, že zastravia o tom podcast, že tam donesú nejakého toho ich odborníka, ktorý nám to znova zopakuje, že sa to proste nedá.
Nedá.
Ale zrazu sa to nejako dá. Takže Slovanisti, pozerajte maily, tí, čo nemáte zakúpené lístky do sektora Slovana.
A platí to len na tú tribúnu, lebo aj tá oproti, tam tiež...
Tam
je to
zatiaľ nie. Podľa mňa tam sa už smírili s tým, že to bude také pomiešané, že, lebo tam asi boli drahšie lístky, že tam predpokladajú, že budú nejakí takí, poviem príklad, umiernenejší fanúšikovia, ktorí si to kúpili a vedia, kam si to kupujú a že to by tá východná dáma asi nechce, aby sa tam pomiešalo.
Aha, oni áno, riešili vlastne to, že pri možnosti kúpiť si do sektoru hosti si kupovali tam, že to budú tí kľudní a teraz vlastne už nastalo to, že keď sme vypredali sektor, takže títo, nazvime ich vlajkonosiči, nejakého zo starých čiarov.
Títo milosrdní Kosovčania, ktorí by tam neublížili ani nikomu, tak tí dostali ban v podstate.
Takže ide to. Vieme do budúcna, ide to. Aby sme sa potom nemiešali aj v budúcnosti so supermi na tribúnach, keď to je takéto jednoduché.
Je to taký ten návod,
Ne.
ale však oni vedia.
Mhm.
No čo tam ešte dneska máme? No, lebo my priznáme sa, aspoň ja sa priznám, že moc sme tomu nedali ten týždeň, lebo my Slovanisti sme mali úplne iné
Perný týždeň, no.
úplne iné starosti. Vychutnali sme si zápas s Ružomberkom, vychutnali sme si zápas, musíme to tak vychutnali, aj keď to nedopadlo. Najprv sme si to vychutnávali a potom sme trpli, tak to povieme.
Dajme tomu, no. To je taký paradox, že my sme možno odohrali prvý počas asi túto sezónu. Možno ani ne, že túto sezónu. Dlhodobo jeden z najlepších počasov za poslednú dobu a výsledok je zatiaľ taký, aký je. Ale netreba... No je z toho úplná pohroma v Bratislave. Ja som toto nečakal, že toto zostane až takouto témou. Že... Troška sa to berie ako keby troška neúspech. Ale ja si myslím, že pri stave 1-1 je to úplne v klídku, no, všetci sú z toho zroze. Už sme si všetci istí strašne na tej vlne, že my ideme do Ligy majstrov ďalej, že ideme zbierať body a prišla takáto, to ani není facka proste. Ja si myslím, že ten zápas sme mali viac menej pod kontrolou, hej. A ten výsledok není taký, aký sme chceli, ale je to podľa mňa stále, ja si stále myslím, že to není na 50/50, že ten Slovan má na to úplne pohode.
Ja tomu verím. Akože samozrejme takýto zápas musel prísť, akože ja aj tlmím tie vášne, čo sa týka, samozrejme, všetko to je strašne, že sa väzia na tej pozitívnej vlne, ktorú sme tu roky nemali, vieš, že tá nálada je taká, ale keď
A zrazu sme nevyhrali, my sme zaskočili.
No,
Že čo sa stalo?
Ja mám pocit, že keby sme teraz tomu celie dali tých, čo sme očakávali, tých 5-0, tak nám vylosujú Ligu majstrov a tu budú padať také, že dúfame si na 13 bodov a niečo také, vieš, že začneš také reči, že trošku nás to dalo, nie že dole,
Zaskočilo nás to.
ale je to skladné, ja si vraví, že to podľa mňa toto bude zápas jesene, čo sa týka tohoto výletu, výjazdu, preto nezúfajte aj tí, čo tie lístky vám odobrali. Podľa mňa furt musí sa tam nejako dostať, že vy ste šikovní ľudia, len vravím, kontrolujte si maily. Ten Jaja nás tak nakazil proste. On nás tak nakazil toho pozitívne, že my sme fakt zaskočení už pri remíze.
Áno, že bereme to, úplne nám to vyrazilo tých, že my sme nevyhrali, že my sme na to není zvyknutí.
Čo to je? Ja neviem, či to není na odvolanie. Ja si myslím, že to je na zamyslenie. Môžeme spraviť 2 petície. Jednu slovanistickú.
Čo si myslia, že či pri remize s Osiekom, či Celie, či čo sú, že či netreba odvolať toho trénera, nakoľko my sme zvyknutí na iné. My sme zvyknutí na 3-5 kusov viacej a nestalo
A
sa.
pritom si stále neuvedomujeme, že v našom kádri sú takí hráči, ktorí ako reálne, že ľudia si nevážia. Oni si to vážia, ale si neuvedomujú, že keby dostali túto otázku na konci sezóny, keď sa oznámilo, že TR2 skončí, že by im niekto povedal, že v stredu budete hrať rozhodujúci zápas, ktorý keď zvládnete, tak ste v Lige majstrov, tak ti poviem, že tedy 80% ti povie, že o čom tu rozprávame. O čom tu rozprávame.
Ale tak oni môžu stále argumentovať tým, že tréner to tam tiež dotiaľ.
Nie, ale že nejde o to, že kto tam dotiaľ, že ako nečakali sme, že bude takýto prerod, že sa tu budeme baviť, že či svetu postupíme alebo nepostupíme. Keby tak povedal, že konferenčná liga, tak všetci by povedal, že dúfam, že ju budeme hrať, hej? A zrazu sme pred bránami tej Ligy majstrov a...
Takto, my sme pred bránami takého levelu, kde absolútne my nepatríme. To si povedzme na rovinu. No to si...
A my tam budeme zase ako popoluško.
Chápeš to? To zase všetci, že rozumieš, Slovan to nemá, čo tam bude, my tam reálne nemáme čo robiť. Povedzme si to na rovinu. My sme není klub, ktorý by sa mohol etablovať v Lige majstrov. Pre nás to je obrovský darček, obrovská senzácia každý krát, keď my sa dostaneme do Ligy majstrov. Momentálne. Momentálne.
Jasne, každý poukazuje na tie peniaze, že treba si ich odtiaľ zobrať. Áno. Hej. Zrazu to Slovensko je s nami. Hej? Teraz sa mi to páči, všetky títo, teraz je taká nová vlna, že mali by sme držať spolu a fandiť za slovenský futbal a furt tu niekto omieral ten koeficient, mne ako panožikovi Slovan Bratislava je v podstate ten koeficient, mi to je jedno, lebo potom pozeráš naprieč tou ligou a nikto nechce byť majster, tak potom načakuješ koeficient, keď nikto nechce byť majster, tak o čo tu ide celé. A držme spolu, odvolajme Kovačika a potom možno sa to nakopne celé, lebo ja aj v takom podcaste, neviem, to bolo, že čo sú to za blázni, tí, čo chcú hrať Európsku ligu. No tak ja som ten blázon, ktorý ja tomu rozumiem, že keď si tak blízko, že...
Však to, že je to mal...
Ale keď mi to niekto povie pred sezónou, tak ja chcem hrať, že tú Európsku ligu hrať. Hej, ako ja chcem trošku aj vyhrávať.
Ja to berem, ale toto sa strašne málo kedy si myslím,
ako v tomto štádiu,
že sa to bude málo kedy opakovať. Poďme si to tam otrpeť, poďme, nech si ten klub tam zarobí tie peniaze, hej, a 3 roky sa budeme možno zase opäť motať niekde v Európskej lige, hej.
No, prečo? Možno, že tam možno náhľad. To nám rozprávame, že sa dostaneme za 20.
To je pravda. Veď len ono to funguje takto, že nestačí proste len jeden rok sa ukázať v Lige majstrov. To je málo. Musí sa tam etablovať 2-3 krát, aby ty si mohol nabrať tú kvalitu a mať nejaký ten rozpočet, aby si to mohol dávať každý rok, akože, OK, že toto je hlavný cieľ a keď ne, rozumieš, no toto pre nás není hlavný cieľ Liga majstrov. Pred sezónou. To si povedzme na rovinu, že...
Tak ono to bolo vždy brané ako sen.
No tak.
Vtedy to bol sen, ktorý sa splnil a teraz to je... Čo to je?
Stále je to ešte sen, ešte stále to není cieľ. To je ešte...
A tak cieľ to nemôže.
No,
cieľ je dostať sa do Európy a čo vždy bolo deklarované zo Slovana, že každoročne chceme hrať skupinovú fázu podľa jedného pohára, podľa z toho plniť cieľe. To znamená, podľa mňa, keď ty sa dostaneš do Ligy majstrov, tak je cieľ získať už nejaký bod.
Tak.
Niečo, hej? Tak. Samozrejme, keď to dostaneš do tej, čo to je UEFA, čo to je tá druhá teraz? Európska liga, tak tam ti poviem, no čo tam je cieľ.
Konferenčne sú mali... Zvyknali priamo vyhrať.
Tu sme preskočili a Takže tam to ruší. Hej, akože treba to, čo si ty vravel, tú náladu, to treba to nemôžeme teraz tak zahodiť, že ja som to aj vravel v podcaste, my sme sa vám Vladislava, že veľa, tak to je nakazené tým, tou pozitívnou energiou, že ľudia budú niektorí sklamaní, vždycky bude dojde taká prejava a budú sklamaní, že čo to má znamenať, vieš, ale reálne, my máme mužstvo Kiangu. Hej, a s tými do Ligy majstrov, ja ho nejdem zhadzovať.
Však toto ti hovorí, že my tam výkonnostne ani ničím nepatríme do tej Ligy majstrov a je tu teraz táto obrovská šanca tam opäť nakúknúť druhýkrát a to bude podľa mňa senzácia, že obrok je to, obrok. Sa tam objaví takýto mančaft s široko ďaleko najnižším rozpočtom možno v histórii Ligy majstrov. Pochybujem, že tam bol niekto s takýmto rozpočtom.
No, ak bol ten Pafos minulý rok, neviem, ako oni majú.
Neviem, no tak.
No keď sme pri tom rozpočte, vieš, každý predikcie pred tým zápasom, tak samozrejme všetko dal na slova, že má dvakrát alebo 2,5-krát väčší rozpočet ako celé, takže sme jasne povedali, ale tak predsa není. Je veľký rozdiel dvojitý rozpočet, keď povie, že niekto má 50 miliónov a 100 miliónov, to musí byť barateľné. Ale keď má niekto rozpočet, poviem príklad, že milión a niekto má 3, to nie je taký rozdiel veľký, vieš, to je už iba o takej šikovnosti, ak si ti podarilo kúpiť hráč, že si ho kúpil za 700 alebo za 800 a to ti nazbiera na tých hráčov, lebo ich tam máš.
A môže momentálna forma, tak aj šťastie tam zahral, však videli sme, koľko šťastia mali, jak to ten chlapec trafil, ten gól na 1-1, rozumieš. Takže tam mám strašne veľa. Ty môžeš, futbal je o tom, že ty môžeš spraviť všetko správne a nemusíš vyhrať.
Tak.
Bohužiaľ, je to.
Spravili sme všetko správne?
Neviem, či všetko, ale robíme to dobre. Celkom ako solidne.
No v tomto poslednom zápase asi inú vec, čo spravil nesprávne, bol zrovna hráč, ktorému je venovaný tento diel.
Toto som chcel, presne toto mi išlo v hlave a chcel som, aby si toto spomenul.
Čo?
Prečo mi...
Spomenty.
Ty si to už spomenul z tohto hráča, ktorú mi venovaný ten
zmysel tam ísť.
Presne toto, prečo toto rozprávame tu? Čerepkaj v 4. minúte alebo 5. v čistej vyloženej šance dal gól. To je presne taká váha, ako tohto Blackmanová chyba. Čerepkaj hraje perfektne, hej? Ale to je taká istá, aj Blackman hral zase, pozor, ale všetci sa tu rozprávajú o Blackmanovej chybe, ale Čerepkaj má 100% šancu, ktoré my v takýchto fázach pohára, jak je Liga majstrov, toto finále, predko, či čo to je, toto sa musí premieňať. Mňa to veľmi naštvalo, to ti poviem na rovinu.
A to je presne...
A toto sa nebude, poviem, Čerepkaj hral perfektne. Na to, že tam bol prvýkrát, ale ja všade počúvam, Blackman urobil chybu.
A však
to sa deje, to je
futbal.
No, však to je, on sa v sekunde rozhodol proste, že on si ho nechá, že ten hráč si to nechá na tú ľavu a on pôjde tam s ním. A všade, kde príjem, počúvam Blackmana. Ale podľa mňa to má tú istú váhu, jak 100% šanca.
No to je presne,
to je len môj názor.
To je presne to, že sa tu bavíme o tom rozpočte, tom 1 3 a 50 a 100, to sú tí hráči, ktorí čo nedal gól, tak to sú tí 100 miliónoví hráči, ktorí dajú každú šancu.
No,
a také my nebudeme mať.
Rozumieš.
Také my nebudeme mať.
A ty to ako nevyčítal tomu Čerepkovi. Bol tam 4 minúty, rozumieš, mohol byť úplne totálne slavný, ale takéto veci sa proste musia premieňať.
A ja idem tam s tebe niečo vyčítať.
No poď.
Zabezpečil som ti cestu do Slovenska.
Ďakujem.
Zabezpečil som ti lístok.
Perfektne.
Jedinú vec, čo si mal spraviť. Máme hotel.
Zatiaľ nemáme hotel. No my sme jak ten Slovák, máme ten rozpočet, máme nižší, takže čakáme stále na nejakú vodu. Neboj sa. Takto. Mám pre teba ja tiež zlú správu. Hotely celé sú už fuč. Čiže mne sa to už stalo ináč aj pred 2 rokmi, že som to, ako sa s tým takto hrala, býval som niekde v háji, tak tento rok si to zopakujem. Ukážem ti, jak som to mal ja pred 2 rokmi.
Ale druhá rok si tam bol vlastným autom, že? A ja sa tam zostajem akože po zápase.
A toto teraz ti dávam za úlohu, ako sa my dostaneme. Ani neviem, kde ešte budeme bývať, lebo nebudeme bývať celý, ak sa mi dostaneme niekde. Ale pozeral som, sú niekde v okolí 10 km ako v pohode. Hotely, no. No není to na pešo. Na pešo to zrovna není, lebo ešte budeme mať v nohách, budeme mať pochod na štadión, takže my sa musíme šetriť, takže nejakým spôsobom, ja to dneska večer už pozriem definitívne, uzavriem, vybereme nejaký hotel.
Definitívne, že nechcem ísť s tebou na hotel.
Niečo nájdeme, neviem.
Tam asi nájdeme taký non-stop, kurá, že budem také, ako máme ísť večer o 12 niekam.
Prosím ťa, ľudia chodia stopom a nevedia, kde si položia hlavu večer.
Ja si bol ne, že nejdem v aute, stopom už vôbec. Toto si rozoberieme ešte na našom Hero, kde samozrejme vítame našich členov aj nových.
Nových.
Samozrejme ich uvidíte v titulkoch.
Máme to aj Košičana.
Máme
Predstav
aj
si.
ten Naváka.
Aj ten Navako, takže
Takže takto sa my spájame.
tak.
Takže vaša úloha nejaký programátor a naša úloha je ešte oboznámiť nás s našimi členmi známkovanie v zápasoch. Musíme vyhodnotiť súťaže. Tímové, individuálne už sme v semifinále, prebehne tu losovanie.
Áno.
A zajtra tým, že sme si spravili takú pas, že nejdeme do Košic, tak sme vravili, že na každý výjazd, čo neabsolvujeme, ideme robiť tú liveku, Košice Slovan, ale tentokrát to bude iba čisto liveka a nebude potom zavesená na YouTube. Proste, kto si to chce pozrieť s nami, tak sa s nami pozrie a nebudeme s tým šaškovať na YouTube, lebo zatiaľ to nemá žiadnu výpovednú na YouTube.
Áno. Čiže
Takže zápas je o 8:30.
vidíme sa, na YouTube sa vidíme.
O 8:30 na YouTube sa vidíme.
Na YouTube sa vidíme. Dúfam, že sa tam pokecate.
Ale
Minulé to bolo celkom zábavné.
tak, vaše postavy sú tam vítané. A
Do
dúfam, že vám
piče, tie
napíšu
kokoty
vaše
chore.
kotička.
Tak.
Dementné kokoty
Musíme tam
sprosté.
Ten Kovačík trošku musí pocítiť aj
Oh my
fanúšikov.
fuck.
Neviem, či sme my tí právi, ktorí tam máme burcovať.
Tie tupé kokoty.
Pozor, niekde to musí začať.
Ale možno, že to iba posunieme.
Oh my god.
Ktorý má váhu a
Napríklad.
tento po nás prevezme
Hej.
a keď je 420 000 členov, tak musíme
Tupé
dať
kokoty.
Hej.
Čo len sám slobodný fanúšik sa chváli, že má
To má dosah.
200 000 ľudí.
No, takže-
Pozvaj, či sa pridá.
No.
Tupé kokoty, man.
Aj to je možné.
Aby sa zmenil futbalový.
God damn it.
OK, takže ďakujem vám za dnes. Vidíme sa
Vidíme sa,
a poďme na to.
vidíme sa na večernej live.
Zajtra. Večer.
No, hovor to dneska, lebo tento podcast vyjde zajtra.
Zajtra, aha, vyjde zajtra ráno. Včera, dnes a zítra. Čiže večer sa vidíme.
Len koľko banda tupých kokotov tu je. Len aká banda tupých kokotov tu je. Je celé chore toto. Extrémna banda tupých kokotov. Ako mi to veľa nebeje, že toľko ľudí odsýpa stále túto sáčku. Extrémna banda tupých kokotov. Extrémna banda tupých kokotov. Oh my god, extrémna banda primitívnych hajzlov. To si to nemyslíš, to je úplne chore. A by zaujímalo, prečo je tu stále toto. Keďže je to na 100%. Banda tupých kokotov. To by nemalo existovať, už neviem, ak je možné toto existuje. Ura. 15. 15. Sme hotoví. Ako extern. Chorý extern. To spadlo dole. A nahlási sa, aj to je hajzel. Hajzli všade. Oh my god. Každej ti bitches. Každé rejte ľudský odrod. V každom zadku ľudský bitches. Ľudský kromanonec. Aký bol z jednej? Daigon, koza na mojiti. Ako tie díky nemajú až takú zlú pasívku. Takže spoliehať sa na to, že padne 15, vyberiem tie díky. A už sa spolieham v Daigonovi. No v Daigonovi môžu padnúť tie spíčené kóry. Neviem, či môžu aj tu padnúť kóry. Nemôžu, no. A tie kóry majú šancu, tie kóry padajú. A práve z týchto kôl nepotrebujem nič. Práve všetko sračky. Tu nie sú tie kóly, ktoré potrebujem. No. Poďme na to piče sa. Tu chýba iba jeden, ne? No. Accessory, 71. To ešte skúšam síce len tie druhé veci. Čo je to za sračku tu? Dobre. A to odovzdáme do odtiaľto. Komu by som 400, už keď som tu začal, už keď som tak blízko. Tiež pravda. Prvom potom tú tabletku si dať Jamesona. Takže máme Jamesona. A dneska sú na tom nohy oveľa lepšie, ako boli včera už. Čo je veľmi pozitívna informácia, áno? Že tie nohy sa pomaly dávajú dokopy, pretože naozaj dneska už necíti taký nekomfort. Dnes už necíti taký veľký nekomfort, aký bolo cítiť včera. Boha, že teraz sa nestihnem, som úplne zabudol, že čas mi končí. Čas mi končí, kokoty sú tu stále, zobrali všetkých tých, čo ležia na zemi. Takže podľa toho, čo vidím, 400 nestihnem. Mám minútu na to, aby som dal 60. Čo sa dá dať. Keby to neboli spičené kokoty ešte aj 3 minúty pred koncom a nevyžierali ich. Už ich vôbec nepotrebujú. Potom zohnať odtiaľ do týchto posledných 20. Ale dali sme to. Čo stihneme odlogovať. Dáme na tých 40. Dáme aj tohto, keď to je. Stíham. Mám 438. Dneska už nie som taký unavený ako včera. Ako nebo to dalo trochu zmysel, lebo som dlhšie ležal, dlhšie som... Pochám, že to bude tým. Dneska cítim takú únavu ako včera. O niečo menšiu. Teoreticky môžem si skôr láhnuť, nepotrebujem to byť na boso. Ako som povedal, s kolenami nič nepadne, tá bedňa mi nepadne. To je zbytočná snaha. Tento je relatívne dobrý na bossov. Ale keď má boss 50% života, keď má boss 50% života, ja menej ako 50%, oni sú väčšinou v noci. Takže na bossa má zvýšený kritický damage o 20%. Čo je solidné. Tu máme dosť veľa zase tých boxov, ktoré sa nahromadili. To znamená, môžeme ich vylízať. Skôr no aj pred očami. Ale máme nejaké píkočky tu niekde. Taký podmas. Počkaj, či si pôjdem vysiť kovcu. Musím sa jednotko vytočiť. Čo nevytočil? Čo môžeš ísť znovu? A vytočil sa 70. Či znovu? Takže pokračujeme v šperkoch. Problémy s tým sopom. Čo sa hrabeš v zadku? Hraboš zadkový. To je chyba tiež iba jeden. Obidvoch chyba jeden. Ja obidvoch chyba to isté. Fajn. Ako toto pekne predsrali. Toto lietanie kokotie, že tam idú teleport bližšie. Chor. Títo skončili. Ešte máme v podstate na výber. Môžem to odovzdať teraz, alebo to budem levelovať ďalej. Odovzdám to na to levelovať. Strašne dlho to... Má iba 3. Má Day Spin Charge. No počkaj. Má Day Spin instantná akcelácia. Má instantnú akceleráciu, chyba iba sideways, tak to sa oplatí zvýšie. No pôjde do konca, to je jedno. Pôjde to napančujem. Nech to odsypa. Fuck, tam bol kotový. Sáčka mi to zavilo predno, som chorá. A celkom zaujímavú Fallout burcu. Fallout dostal zaujímavé zmeny. A tak o mesiac dá sa povedať aj 1. septembra, to niečo viacej ako mesiac. Už Last Epoch, nová sezóna, uvidíme čo to bude zač. Zase budeme trošku rýžovať. Last Epoch má taký špecifický náraz vždy. Taký trošku promiskuitný, ale dobrý. Last Epoch. No, som otvoril. Immortal Pride. Koľko stojí Immortal Pride? Dúfam, že to bude že stať. To tam nájsť. Ako sa to volá táto sáčka? To neviem aj nájsť. Neviem to sáčko aj nájsť. Musím to hľadať cez klasický search. Oh my god, vy kokoty. Prečo mi to automaticky líze do zbrany? Ako oplatiť sa to? Len... Ako teoreticky by sa to malo povedať. Malo by sa to oplácať viacej ako tá pičná klovka. A neviem, čo tam stojí náhodou, koľko to stojí na svielnote. Ale tej kľúče. Ako teoreticky to by sa to malo oplácať. Za tej kľúče. Teoreticky. Predá sa to? Za 900. Zistíme. No. A to za 950 a zistíme. Ak sa to predá, tak sa to... Ak sa to predá iba za 600, tak sa to oplatilo. Pretože toto by som nepredal za viacej ako 600. Toto. Čo by som z toho postavil, takže teoreticky sa javí, že by to mohlo byť OK. Ak sa to predá z 950, tak to je tučný balík. A nejako na to samozrejme nezáleží, to je jasné. Ja si myslím, že Už je za tých 600 TP, no. S tým lokálnym prideom. Tam je tej hodiny. A keď nie, tak nie. Že to je jedno. To klovka bude musieť počkať. No, som čo robiť. Ty dáš tak jednu klovku teraz, takže mal by si dať. Nájdeme nejaký podmas.
September changes on the way. Thank you for joining me. I'm meteorologist Brian Shields. It is Saturday, the 22nd of August, 2026. The pattern change that we can expect as we work our way into September, where it is actually going to be hotter than average for the entire month. Plus, wetter weather about to move in. That is some good news for some of us. We'll highlight which areas, the snow outlook as we get deeper into the month, and what we could expect with El Nino. Plus, I want to take a look more out in time into October, what we could look forward to as we work deeper into our autumn season. And we know in autumn we're going to get some changes. September's a month of changes, but I want to show you some of the differences, kind of some of the atypical patterns, if you will. Now, El Nino, it doesn't always have an impact. Most of the time it doesn't across Europe, but this is a strong El Nino. Here's September, October, November, going right into the winter. The red shading, the probability of El Nino. We already have it. It's already locked in. We've seen things that, we were highlighting back in the spring. That's all come true. So El Nino is locked in. But here's the deal. You see the deeper reds in here. That's a very strong El Nino. So yes, it doesn't change the weather patterns per se in Europe, but it does enhance certain ones. We'll cover more of El Nino a little bit deeper in this video. Now, let's get right into September, what we can expect going forward. Now, shorter term, here we are just over the next few days. We've had the fronts go by. We've had some rain around, wrinkles to the jet stream. This is kind of the overall jet stream picture. We have a heavier flooding, parts of Italy, for example. So we've seen some of these changes around. Now, watch what happens here, though, as we get into September, at least into the first week of September or so. We get a little ridging in the jet stream right here. Not quite like we had in the summertime, but this is telling me that we will get these areas of high pressure building in. Since we're going to start to see a little more ridging around, kind of a bump in the jet stream, and we get these areas of high pressure, that's going to lend itself to above average temperatures for a lot of us, and actually for most of us. Not all of us, but for most of us as we go forward into the month. So yeah, overall, we start to have the temperatures trending down as we get the season change. But with that said, many of us are going to have those above average temperatures where you're seeing these oranges and some of these yellows in here. That's where we're going to be trending warmer for the month of September, trending cooler, a little bit below average. Scotland, for example, swinging back toward parts of Norway, not typically a surprise, but that's where not only are we going to be a little bit cooler, we're getting into autumn, but below average with some of the temperatures. Now, let's break it down even more so. This right here, the first week of September, and I mentioned some of the ridging that'll occur in some spots, right? With the jet stream lifting to the north, we're going to see a few pockets, even a couple mini heat waves that will be a potential, where you're seeing some of these deeper orange colors back through the islands over toward parts of Italy right there. So this here, the first week of September, this is versus average. And you can see back towards Scotland, for example, running at about 2 degrees below average. Again, we're not looking at these massive differences, at least on this map. Remember, we did the June outlook, and we were expecting those big changes, and then we had that big heat wave. But we're going to have some subtle changes here. Where we have the white, here's Ireland, for example. The white, we're running at almost just about average. So we'll have that kind of gradual, for the most part, drop off as we go throughout the month. But a few spots a little bit cooler as well. Back toward parts of Norway for a degree. Get over toward, say, Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia, running a little bit above average. So again, we're not seeing extreme heated spots, but a few spots will be warmer than others. We get back toward the Iberian Peninsula. Here's Portugal. Get back towards Spain. You see some of these numbers, 2, even upwards of 3 degrees above average for the first week of September. This is one of the spots we could have a couple mini heat waves around. even as we work our way into September. A lot of white on the map through here. Poland, Czechia, Germany, just naming a couple spots.
Okadil si ma?
You can see the
Teraz ma
numbers as we
Riziež.
work our way into the first week of September. Not a huge difference, running at about average. Italy, though, kind of away from the Alps as you work your way into central sections and southern sections of Italy. That's where those numbers are going to be running about 2 degrees above average. And then we swing back as we work our way toward the east. Hungary, for example, parts of Romania, just naming a couple spots, will be running about 2 to 3 degrees above average for the first week of September. Now, we get a look at the 9th through the 16th to give you a feel. Very similar, right? This is kind of the broad picture. So you can pick a spot on the map, maybe near where you are. Many of us running above average again. Pretty similar amount. A little bit of some deeper oranges, though, back towards Spain. Watching as we work our way back toward the east again. That's where we're going to be substantially warmer. We can have a little pop in some of the temps. Maybe we get like a 2 to 3 day kind of heat wave, not quite like summer, but a 2 to 3 day heat wave. Now, the 17th through the 24th, you still see about average. Scotland over toward Norway, parts of Sweden, that's where we're cooler. Sweden, where you could almost be half and half in spots. You get back to the Netherlands, we're running above average. Denmark, Belgium running above average with the temperatures where we have that orange shading. And then as we work our way toward the end of the month for the temperatures, generally the same thing, but still you can see how we're running above average for the entirety of the month for most locations. Now, what about the September rain outlook? This will include a little bit of snow. We'll highlight that in just a moment. But of course, we are way too dry in so many locations. Unfortunately, we're still going to be dry in spots, but at least we start to get a break. Now, with El Nino, while we're hot and dry mainly in the summer, it does start to trend wetter. So strong El Nino will play into our favor as we work deeper into autumn and as we approach especially early winter, just to give you that heads up. But you see where we have the green on the map, even some of the blues, that's where we're going to be wetter than average as we work our way through the month of September. Where we have some of these browns, that's below average, and the reds significantly below average. Zooming around, what's interesting here in Norway, I'm not quite certain about this. I am using a European model here. With that, I look at all the models and match up what's going on in the environment, and I kind of pick the best one that I believe is going to work best. Some of the modeling, a little bit of a question mark, because I do think we're going to have a little more moisture back into certain sections of Norway. So I'm not quite certain about this output here, but overall, the trend into here, you see this green shading back even toward Finland, slightly above average with some of the moisture, running above average as we get back towards Scotland, over toward Northern Ireland, Wales. We get back toward England, though, again, while we'll get some rain at times in September, you see the big difference. It kind of backs off as we work our way closer toward London, mainly about average with some of the precipitation. Working our way forward here as we go throughout the month, and you kind of pick a spot, a little bit of concern back toward the Alps, where we could be about 60 millimeters below average for the rainfall, and that does tie into the eventual snowfall too. And then we swing to the east, and this is going to be an issue. We still need to monitor the wildfires and the drought conditions. I was mentioning that months ago, that even as we work our way into autumn, that would be a concern, and that's what we're seeing, especially into the east. I mentioned we're going to be warmer than average, also drier than average for the most part, so we need to monitor closely still the impacts of that drought that continues, the wildfires, the low rivers, as we know, in many locations. Now, we flip over to the snow. So that covers some of the moisture as far as the rain is concerned. But as we get deeper into the month, this is really as we work our way to extreme late September, we start to get some of the snow. This is kind of a feel where you have these kind of purplish or pink shadings in here. That's where you can pick up about 25, maybe 30 centimeters of some snow. So late into September, we'll start to see that, but it could be a little bit slow in some areas because I mentioned we're going to be drier than average at least to start. Now, El Nino, that is out in the, what El Nino is, it's the warming out in the, it's a cycle, a warming out in the Eastern Pacific. So that is so far away, but if you get a lot of warming, a strong El Nino, very warm water temperatures globally, of course, there's an influence there. There's that ripple effect to what happens. So what does that mean for us as we work our way forward? Well, usually we have a hot finish to the summer, and for a lot of us, we're still running above average into autumn with an El Nino. That's exactly what I was just showing. So that kind of coincides that even as we work our way into September, temperatures are going to be running above average, may get some of those mini autumn heat waves. And I mentioned a couple of the spots where in the first and second weeks of September, we may get a couple of those mini heat waves, not quite like summer, but the rain chances gradually increasing. That's exactly what we're going to see as well.
Ove,
It
už
could increase
tie
even
nohy sú na
further,
tom o
and
dosť
they
lepšie,
should
ako
increase
boli
even
prvé 2
further
dni.
as we get
Okadil
deeper
si
into
ma
autumn and we work our way
a zás ma
into
chceš
winter.
okadiť.
Now let's get a snapshot of October. As far as the temperatures are concerned, still for many above average. We'll start to get a few more areas coming across the Atlantic that can help knock down some of the temperatures. But this is a snapshot of October. A lot of oranges on the map. We're still going to be running above average. And that's what we get in an El Nino influenced environment, above average temperatures as we work our way milder than average into October. Now, we're going to start to see the moisture building, especially in the Mediterranean, once we get into October. So that'll be a change. I'll be watching these trends. So we could get some more moisture, but you see, again, we work our way to the east, some of the yellows popping up, still trending drier, huge problems with the drought. But across the Mediterranean coastal areas, we're going to see that rain chance building as we go through the month of October. So warmer than average. Again, just taking a look at kind of the general picture. Some of us are going to be below average. We covered that. But most of us warmer than average temperatures for September. We're going to start to get the drop. We're in autumn, or wait, we're about to get into autumn, but the drop won't be as substantial because it will be warmer than average. Some areas starting to see return of the rain, turning wetter than average. That's some good news, but we'll
What would happen if you ate nothing but sardines for 21 days? Just sardines. That's exactly what I did. And in this video, I'm going to break down why sardines are suddenly everywhere, why people are using them for fat loss, ketosis, and metabolic health, what makes them such a powerful little food, and then I'm going to walk you through my full 21-day sardine fast results, including weight loss, glucose, ketones, blood work, an omega check, and a DEXA scan. Because yes, I track basically everything. And I'll tell you right now, some of the results were exactly what I expected, and some of them were genuinely surprising. So let's start with the obvious question. Why are sardines having such a moment right now? It feels like everybody's talking about them. Dr. Boz was on Diary of a CEO talking about sardines. Dr. Nick Norwitz ate 1,000 sardines and saw some wild results, including improved cold tolerance. People are doing sardine fasts, posting sardine recipes, comparing brands, talking about ketones, fat loss, and insulin sensitivity. Sardines are everywhere. And I think that's happening because several big ideas are coming together at the same time. People are realizing that metabolic health matters more than just calorie math. They're realizing that ketones can be an incredibly powerful tool. They're also realizing that nutrient density matters more than sheer food volume. And they're looking for foods that are simple, affordable, portable, and effective. And sardines check every single one of those boxes. They're cheap, they're shelf stable, they're easy to travel with, they require no cooking, they're nutrient dense, they're rich in protein and omega-3s. And for a lot of people, they work fast. In a world full of expensive superfoods, elaborate protocols, and increasingly complicated diet advice, sardines are kind of the opposite of all that. They're simple and they're effective. So now let's talk about what sardines actually are and why they're so powerful. Sardines are small, oily fish that sit very low on the food chain. And that's important because the lower on the food chain a fish is, the less opportunity there is for bioaccumulation of toxins compared to larger, longer-lived fish. They're also typically wild-caught, which is another reason people like them. And nutritionally, sardines are kind of insane. They're rich in complete protein. They have omega-3 fats, especially EPA and DHA. They contain vitamin B12, selenium, calcium if you eat the bones, iron, choline, and a bunch of other trace nutrients. From a carnivore or ketogenic standpoint, they are pretty much close to a perfect food. High protein, moderate fat, no carbs. Extremely satiating, highly bioavailable, and very hard to overeat for most people. And one of the other big concerns people typically have with seafood is heavy metals. People hear eat more fish and immediately think, okay, but what about mercury and arsenic and contaminants? And that's a valid concern. But sardines are one of the safest seafood choices out there because they're small, they're short-lived. They generally do not bioaccumulate toxins the way that the larger predatory fish do. And I didn't just assume that, I actually tested it. In previous sardine experiments, I checked both mercury and arsenic after periods of high sardine intake, and my levels did not rise. I did 100 cans of sardines in 1 month, and then I checked my mercury using a blood test. No change. Then I did 30 cans of sardines in 30 days and checked my mercury in a 24-hour urine collection test. It's kind of a gold standard for mercury testing. And again, Nothing happened. Finally, I did a 14-day sardine fast. I probably
Čo
ate
je?
40 to 50
No.
cans of sardines, and I checked my arsenic with
No,
another
čo
24-hour
je?
urine collection test.
Čo je?
Nothing happened. No measurable differences at all. Now, of course, that doesn't mean that every product is identical, and it doesn't mean we should never think critically about sourcing. But it does reinforce why sardines are considered one of the safest seafood options if you want to eat fish frequently. Now, if you've never bought sardines before, let me give you a few quick tips. First, keep the ingredients simple. Ideally, you want sardines, water, olive oil, and salt. Second, know that not all sardines taste the same. The brand matters a lot. Texture and oil quality also matter a lot. Now, if your first sardine experience is a mushy, low quality can, you might think you hate sardines, when really you just had bad sardines. Third, bone in and skin on are usually the most nutrient dense options. But if you're intimidated, boneless, skinless can be a much easier place to start. Here are some of my favorites. I love the Nuri spiced sardines along with the Matisse lemon sardines. There's a ton of really amazing brands out there. Be sure to hit that subscribe button so you don't miss my sardine taste testing series that's coming up on my channel in a few weeks. I also really love the Chosen brand for my more moderate price. I can get 6 cans of those for $12 at Costco. Those are boneless, skinless, and I also love the Wild Planet bone-in skin on. I can get those for $10 for 6 at Costco. Now, fourth, if your goal is just better nutrition, you do not need to do some extreme sardine-only experiment. You can simply add a few cans per week into your current routine, and you'll get a lot of benefit from that alone. But if the goal is specifically ketones, fat loss, insulin sensitivity, appetite control, or breaking a plateau, that's where sardine fasting gets really interesting. Because sardine fasting is essentially a very simple protein-sparing modified fast. You're getting enough protein to help preserve your lean mass. You're eating very little carbohydrate. And because sardines are so nutrient dense and satiating, your total food intake often drops naturally without that feeling of white knuckling hunger. So that's why people use sardine fasts to break stalls, raise ketones quickly, simplify eating, and to kickstart fat loss. For most people, I just say start small. 1 day, maybe 3 days. That's enough to learn a lot. And if you're brand new and nervous, just try 1 day. You're going to eat 1 to 2 cans whenever you feel hungry, and then stop when you're full. Keep it really simple.
Bravo.
Most people naturally end up somewhere around 3 to 6 cans per day, though some are lower and some are higher. One of the most striking things about sardines is how self-limiting they are. Unless you absolutely love sardines, you generally do not want to keep eating can after can after can. That built-in satiety is one of the reasons they work so well. Personally, I've done 3, 5, 7, 10, 14, and now 21-day sardine fast. And this time, I wanted to know what would happen if I pushed it all the way to the 21 days. Would my fat loss continue? Would my glucose continue dropping? How about ketones? Would they keep climbing? Would I hit a point of diminishing returns? Would my blood work do anything surprising? Would my DEXA show what I thought it would show? So I turned it into a full N-of-1 experiment. I did baseline blood work. I used a DEXA from December as my body composition baseline. I tracked my glucose and ketones with Keto Mojo. I also wore a continuous glucose monitor. And for the second half of the experiment, I wore a SciBio continuous ketone monitor so I could see what was happening more continuously instead of just relying on spot checks. And that part was incredibly interesting. For the full 21 days, all I ate was sardines. At the beginning, I was eating around 2 to 5 cans per day, but by the end, that had dropped down to 1 to 2 cans per day. Now that alone should tell you something. My appetite came down hard, and that's one of the things people underestimate with sardines. They are extremely satiating. So now let's start with the simplest result, weight loss. I started this experiment at 152.6 pounds, and on day 21, I was 140.4. So total weight loss of 12.2 pounds in 21 days. And what makes that more interesting is that after the experiment ended and I returned to my normal carnivore lifestyle, I've maintained about 10 pounds of that weight loss. So yeah, some of the initial drop was probably just water and
Si
glycogen.
kokot, hovorí, nemám na teba náladu.
Clearly, not all of it
Jebnutý
was. Now, the
primitív.
weight loss was not perfectly linear every single day. There were days when I went up a little bit, and that happened especially if I had strength trained or if I'd worked out the day before. So that's totally normal. That's likely water retention and a bit of inflammation. That's one of the reasons I always tell people not to obsess over single weigh-ins. The trend matters more than the blips, and the overall trend here was very, very clear. Now let's talk about glucose. Now my glucose is already generally pretty good, but one thing I know about myself is that when my husband and I eat dinner too late, it affects my glucose more than I would like. I started started day 1 with an average glucose around 95. By day 3, I was already in the 70s. I think my average was 74.1 for the 21-day period. Now that's a pretty dramatic shift. And importantly, I did not feel hypoglycemic. I had no shakiness, panic, weakness, no, oh my gosh, my blood
Nepomáha
sugar
mi
is
ten
low and I'm
kokot,
crashing.
čakal na
I
mňa,
didn't
jak
have any of
jebnutý.
that. I felt really good.
Korrekt,
And I think that context matters because a number by itself does not tell the whole story. So now let's talk about ketones because this is where things got wild. My ketones were elevated obviously the whole time. There were multiple points where I went above 8. I had Keto Mojo readings that literally just said high. And I had continuous ketone monitor readings that were also above 8 and read as high. But that usually happened overnight. And this is where I want to clarify something because people will hear ketones above 8 and immediately think ketoacidosis. But ketoacidosis was not a concern here just because my ketones were high. Again, context matters. Diabetic ketoacidosis is usually driven by severe insulin deficiency, and it typically comes with very high blood glucose, dehydration, acidosis, vomiting, and someone looking and feeling very unwell. And that is completely different from nutritional ketosis in a person with normal or low normal glucose who is otherwise stable and functioning fine. In my case, I had very high ketones, low to normal glucose, no low blood sugar symptoms, and I felt mentally excellent for most of the experiment. That is a very different physiological picture. Let's take a quick pause here because one of the coolest parts of this entire experiment was being able to see my ketones continuously instead of just based on a couple of finger sticks a day. Going into this 21-day sardine experiment, I expected my ketones to go up. What I did not expect was how much they would move. I used to check once in the morning and assume, okay, that is basically my level for the day. But on sardines, that's completely misleading because I could go from something like 1.5 to 4 to 8 plus in the same day. And some of the biggest spikes happened overnight. Now, if I'd only tested in the morning, I would have missed almost all of that. I also noticed a really clear pattern. I would eat sardines, ketones would dip a bit, then they would slowly climb for hours and often peak while I was sleeping. At one point, there were hundreds of high readings just in the second half of the experiment. I think I clocked 275 high readings while I was wearing the continuous ketone monitor. And that actually matters because there were moments where I felt a little off. Not bad, not dangerous, just too deep into ketosis. And without seeing that in real time, I would not have known why I felt that way. That's where the SciBio continuous ketone monitor made a huge difference. It showed me not just one number, but the full curve of what was actually happening metabolically. So if you're serious about ketosis, metabolic health, or self-experimentation, this is an incredibly valuable tool. I'll put the SciBio information below so you can check them out. Now, like I said, there were 1 or 2 times when my ketones got really high. I did feel a little bit blah. It wasn't dangerous. I just felt too deep into ketosis. So whenever that would happen, I would just eat a can of sardines, get a little bit of food in, and then the ketones would usually come back down into a range that felt better, like 6 to 7.5. So that was really interesting to watch in real time. Now, mentally, for most of the experiment, I felt fantastic. Very clear, very focused, very steady. That's something I consistently notice in myself whenever my ketones are elevated into that stronger range. Now, let's get into blood work because this part was also interesting. Broadly speaking, the blood work was not shocking, which honestly in itself is pretty interesting. My HDL and triglycerides shifted a bit, but not outside the kind of ranges that I tend to see for myself in general. Now, one result that really surprised me was my LDL. I used to exhibit a lean mass hyperresponder phenotype, which just meant that I had high LDL, high HDL, and low triglycerides. In the past, my LDL cholesterol has been as high as 263 when I'm doing a carnivore diet. So going into this experiment, I actually expected that since I would be mobilizing body fat, that I might see my LDL cholesterol rise again. But that didn't happen. My LDL stayed under 100 both times, and actually the 21-day result, that's the lowest LDL cholesterol I have ever seen. And that is really interesting to me because for a while now, my LDL, it's been settling much lower than it used to, despite different nutritional states and body composition changes. So that's something I'm still thinking about. I do think it could be related to some microbial immune stuff that I have going on that I think is a root cause issue of my Hashimoto's. I also, in talking to Dave Feldman, he mentioned that thyroid medication could also tank your LDL cholesterol. So I'm wondering, once I titrate off of my thyroid meds, once I put this Hashimoto's into remission, if my LDL cholesterol will go back to the lean mass hyperresponder phenotype, which is high. It'll be interesting to see, but again, something I'm still thinking through. Now let's talk about the omega check, because with the amount of sardines I was eating, I really wanted to know what was happening there. And this was one of the coolest parts of the blood work. My EPA, DHA, and total omega-3 markers improved, and my omega-6 to omega-3 ratio improved significantly. And that's like exactly the shift you would hope to see if somebody is eating sardines day after day after day. And it gives us a nice objective marker showing that yes, the fatty acid profile really was changing. And I think that huge drop in omega-6s, I'm typically eating conventionally raised meat. I don't do a ton of grass-fed, grass-finished, or organic meats. I do not consume any vegetable seed oils. So that's not why those levels are the way they are. But you can see that just eating sardines for 21 days, a significant drop in my omega-6s. Now, omega-6 is an essential nutrient, but it's the balance between omega-6 and omega-3 that's really important. And you just want to make sure that that's looking good. And after 21 days of sardines, wow, it's looking good. Now let's talk about the DEXA, because this is the part where my study design got a little messy. And I think that's important to share because real world N of 1 experiments, they're never perfect. My baseline DEXA was from December, and that unfortunately was the best baseline I had. Not ideal though. At the time, I had been megadosing creatine as part of another experiment. I was looking at the cognitive benefits of it. So by the time I did my post-sardine fast DEXA in March, I'd already stopped doing the creatine experiment. So now we're comparing a December scan that may have had more intracellular water and a March scan where that variable had changed. And that makes lean mass interpretation a lot messier. So let's look at the numbers. My fat mass was down 2.2 pounds. My lean mass was down 4.2 pounds. And my visceral fat was 0.87. It basically didn't change. Now on paper, it looks like I lost 4 pounds of lean mass. Now, lean mass reading on a DEXA, that is not just muscle. That is organs, the contents of your stomach, blood, vascularity, and muscle. But I don't think this 4.2 pounds of loss, I don't think it tells the whole story. I suspect that some of that apparent lean mass loss is related to the creatine issue and hydration differences. And I also don't think I got to see my true fat loss perfectly, because I had gained some fat between that December DEXA and the actual start of this experiment. And unfortunately, we were in Florida. There was not a nearby DEXA at the exact right time. So I just had to work with that baseline. That's just the reality sometimes. I also tend to have really low visceral fat, so I was a little surprised not to see more movement there, but not completely shocked. It's all within range of what I normally am. I think this is just a good lesson. I need to make sure that I'm getting my baseline DEXAs right before I start my experiments, whatever it's going to be in the future, so that I can get accurate measurements there. So what do I make of all of this data from the 21-day sardine fast experiment? Well, first off, this experiment, it absolutely worked in the sense that it raised my ketones dramatically, it lowered glucose, it simplified appetite, and it caused significant weight loss. Now that part is totally clear. But second, I do think there's a point of diminishing returns. Now before doing this, I had thought about maybe doing like a full month of only sardines. But after doing it for 21 days, I don't think I'm going to do that. It's not because it didn't work. It definitely did. But it's really hard to fit this into normal life. We travel a lot. It can be socially awkward to be like, oh, I'm eating sardines. And it's logistically restrictive. And psychologically, there's a difference between this is working and this is sustainable. And for me, right now, I'm not coming from severe metabolic dysfunction. I'm in that annoying last stretch where I'm trying to lose the final 10 to 20 pounds. And I'm also dealing with some thyroid issues and some environmental toxin and infection stuff that I've uncovered through additional testing. So for me, a very long sardine fast may not be the most health supportive tool at this time. But for somebody else though, especially someone with a lot more fat to lose, insulin resistance, poor glucose control, or the need for a strong metabolic reset, something like this could be incredibly effective. So that's why I keep coming back to context. The same protocol can be amazing for one person and unnecessary for another. And one of the most valuable things I learned from this experiment actually came after I went back to my normal carnivore eating. Because for a long time, I kind of leaned toward the idea that if you've been carnivore for years, you may not necessarily run very high ketones because maybe your body is just more efficient at using them. And maybe for some people that's true, but for me, this experiment really challenged that. What what I learned is that I personally do much better when my ketones are in roughly the 1 to 4 range. When I'm eating just regular carnivore with no attention paid to meal timing, total quantity of food, or how much energy I'm taking in, I can absolutely overeat. I can eat a lot, like a lot. And when I do that, my ketones are garbage, I'm not losing weight, and I can absolutely gain. So yes, for anyone out there that's still saying you can't gain weight on carnivore, you absolutely can. I've been doing this for almost 3.5 years now, and I've seen plenty of ups and downs. What this experiment reinforced for me is that ketone management matters for me. Meal timing matters for me. And using sardines strategically, even just a few cans, can help me shift back into a metabolic state where I feel and perform better. And that may actually be the biggest takeaway here. Not that everyone needs to go out and do a 21-day sardine fast, but that sardines are a very powerful tool. They are simple, they're nutrient dense, they are affordable, they're safe, they're effective, and in the right context, they can be used casually or strategically to create a very meaningful metabolic shift. So, was it worth it? Yes, absolutely. It was worth it because I learned a lot. It was worth it because the data was fascinating. And because now I understand my own responses to food simplicity, ketosis, meal timing, and appetite regulation so much better. But I also think the lesson for me is not do more and more and more. The lesson is to use the tool more strategically.
Ja idem si
Shorter
vysať
sardine
kocu.
fasts, targeted sardine days, using sardines to raise ketones and simplify intake when I need that, not necessarily living on them for a month. Now, if you want more of my sardine experiments, sardine recipes, and breakdowns of all this data, I want you to check out this sardine playlist. And I want to know from you, have you ever tried sardines? Have you done a sardine fast? And if you look at this data, what stands out to you the most? Let me know in the comments. Also, if you enjoyed this video, make sure you're subscribed because I have a lot more N of 1 data, carnivore experiments, blood work breakdowns, and metabolic health content coming. I'll see you in the next video.
No i uvidíme sa v ďalšom. Nič nepovedala. Žiadne pikošky, nič. O. Čo je to zač? Kto je František Hák? To sa pýtam a... Toto je... No. Te pičus. Te pičus. Točí sa v pičných svetlách. Nic si nepovedal, jebo. Imbecil. Gogo. Dobre, ideme si vysať kócu. Ideme si vysať kócu. Ideme si vysať kócu a nebudeme reptať, dobre? Nebudeme reptať. Ja viem, reptáš. Reptáš, ale čas si ho vystrel. Ideš dozadu sa usalašíš. A vystav si kócu, ak bude nejaké pikošky, zametajte si. No a vystav toho kócu, no. Porfoza sanitalis. Are you fucking me? Porfos. Porfoza sanitalis. Oh my fuck. Oh, oh, oh. Porfoza sanitalis. Ty potrebuješ triko. Why? Ty si oveľa horšie na tom ako títo. Takže takto sa tam ide, sa mi zdá. Kde tamto je, sa mi zdá. Ja. Tam vtedy je. Dlho som nerobil tohto sáča. A zaudal, keď sa k nemu dostane. Okay. Oh, for sure, Dead Hank. Najlepšie hodiny denne. Ja vždy visím pred spaním. Ja vždy visím pred spaním.
Pick up a can of sardines in any American grocery store, from a Walmart in rural Kansas to a Whole Foods in downtown Manhattan, and read the label. It says, simply, sardines. It seems honest. It feels healthy. You think you're buying one of the absolute best, most nutritional values on the shelf, a potent dose of omega-3s, calcium, and vitamin D for just a couple of bucks. But here is the massive, greasy secret the massive canned fish complex desperately hopes you never, ever find out. There is no single fish called a sardine. The word sardine isn't a species, it's a sloppy legal catch-all term that, under United States law, can be slapped onto cans containing around 20 entirely different species of small fish. Which means the very tin in your hand, sitting right now in your own pantry, likely does not contain what you think it does. And in many shocking cases, it may not contain a true sardine at all. The industry, from the budget basement store brands to the seemingly heritage name brands, has weaponized this legal loophole to create a massive shell game, a culinary bait and switch that happens millions of times a day in American kitchens. A sardine should be simple. At its best, it is one of the pillars of a healthy diet, low in mercury and packed with nutrition for the price of a coffee. But that simplicity has been systematically dismantled by an industry that has found a dozen ways to cheapen, fake, contaminate, and corrupt that little can. Today, we're ending the illusion. In this video, you're going to find out exactly why that bargain can is a trap, how some major brands pack cheaper, mushier herring or tiny sprat and charge you the sardine premium. And we will break down the precise chemical and technical reasons why these industry tricks aren't just dishonest, they're potentially dangerous. We will look at how they drown low-quality, stressed fish in cheap inflammatory soybean oil to mask the taste of neglect. And we will reveal which companies are still exposing you to the endocrine disruptor chemical BPA in their can linings, even while marketing themselves as health food. Perhaps most shocking of all, you will see how a major player, a name likely in your cupboard right now, saw its chief executive officer actually convicted and sent to federal prison in a criminal price-fixing conspiracy for cheating the very American consumers who trusted them. By the end of this investigation, you won't just understand the scam, you will possess a complete 5-step checklist for spotting a fake in the aisle, and I'll give you 5 specific, verified brands available across the USA that are genuinely, authentically 100% real sardines, letting you eat them without a single worry.
Ideme dať čmákom po obednú várku. Po obednú várku orechov. Takže nakoniec som prešiel naspäť na 11.20. Ako neviem, stávať každý deň 9.40. V týchto suchých časoch je to ohovné. Možno keď bude čo robiť, možno keď bude Last Epoch. Keď bude Path of Exile. Že sa niečo chystá. Keď bude State of Decay, možno keď bude čo otáčať, tak to bude lepšie.
This knowledge separates you from 90% of American shoppers, turning you from a passive victim into a powerful, informed ally. So, before you open another tin, we need to build your factual arsenal, because the standard canned fish in the budget aisle isn't food. It's a meticulously engineered illusion. Every cheap choice, from the fishy oil to the missing mercury data, is a choice made at your expense. You need to view the structure of that tiny tin with the same investigative lens we apply to everything on this channel. Because if you don't, you're not eating healthy. You're just paying to be part of the deception. Let's crack open this industry, starting with the offenders hiding in plain sight on the bottom shelves of our largest retailers. We begin at Walmart, a mega corporation that pulled in over $648 billion in fiscal 2024. Their great value sardines are a prime example of the budget trap. When you look at a can that costs less than a single dollar, common sense says someone cut a corner. This product is sourced completely from the opaque, global commodity fish trade. The label provides practically zero details about what species is actually in there, what specific ocean it came from, or how it was tested. Independent lab studies on cheap canned fish have found that this total lack of transparency hides dark realities. A prominent study of budget sardines packed in cheap oils revealed that heavy metals like cadmium, nickel, and lead routinely exceed safe thresholds in some samples. For a company with the literal power to demand pristine origin data from its global suppliers, choosing to market the absolute cheapest commodity catch is a slap in the face to the consumer. It's cheap because they skipped the testing. The verdict on great value is simple. You aren't buying a health food, you're buying a mystery box filled with the dregs of the international shipping docks. If you think your regional supermarket chain is any safer, guess again. Kroger is the largest traditional supermarket operator in the United States, and its store brand sardines exist solely to undercut everyone else on price. Like Walmart, Kroger uses anonymous contract packers who swap out the contents based on whatever fish happens to be cheapest on the open market that week. A can of Kroger sardines bought in the spring could contain an entirely different species caught in a completely different ocean than a can bought in the winter, despite using the exact same label. There is zero traceability. When you buy into this commodity stream at its lowest grade, you are willingly eating the mistakes of unregulated global fisheries. It's an untraceable shell game where the house always wins, and your body takes the hit. Next up is Beach Cliff, a brand that has cast a cozy coastal shadow over American store shelves for decades. It feels local, it feels traditional, but what they don't tell you is that Beach Cliff is owned by the massive corporate umbrella of Bumblebee Foods, a company whose dark legal history we are going to tear apart at the end of this section. Beach Cliff typically drowns its fish in thick soybean oil or pungent mustard sauce. Independent taste tests and consumer reviews consistently describe Beach Cliff sardines as mushy, unappealing, and structurally falling apart in the can. That mushiness isn't a style choice. It's the physical hallmark of low-quality fish that sat around too long before processing. The cozy seaside branding is a corporate camouflage designed to make a mass-market factory byproduct feel like an artisan catch. Then we have Brunswick. This is one of the most recognizable and widely distributed names in the entire canned fish aisle, and it perfectly illustrates the central deception of the whole industry. The fish inside a Brunswick can is frequently not a true sardine at all. If you flip the can over and read the microscopic print, you will find it is made from Atlantic herring. While this is technically legal because of the incredibly loose FDA catch-all rules, it is an outright consumer bait and switch. You think you are buying a true premium pilchard or Pacific sardine, but you're actually getting a cheaper, larger relative. The independent testing organization Consumer Lab explicitly flagged this exact practice, highlighting the absurdity of a product prominently labeled sardines listing herring as its primary ingredient. You are paying a sardine premium for a mass-harvested substitute. If you already feel like checking your own pantry shelves right now to see if you've been duped, smash that subscribe button, because the systemic corruption gets even uglier from here. If you want to talk about pure culinary despair, we have to look at Ocean Prince. This budget brand holds a truly embarrassing distinction in independent reviews. it almost ranks dead last in blind taste tests. Consumer after consumer describes Ocean Prince sardines as grainy, intensely scaly, and completely riddled with hard, unpalatable bones. Premium brands take the time and money to hand layer and carefully trim their fish, ensuring a clean, pleasant bite. A budget assembly line like Ocean Prince cares only about maximum speed and minimum cost, leading to a scaly, bone-heavy mess that ruins your meal. This brings us to the broader, hidden threats lurking inside these tins. Let's talk about the sourcing you cannot see. The Monterey Bay Aquarium Seafood Watch program explicitly warns consumers to avoid sardines pulled from the Mediterranean, as well as specific fisheries off the coasts of Brazil and parts of Europe, due to rampant overfishing and horrific bycatch issues. Yet, cheap brands hide this data behind vague terms like product of several countries. Even worse is the heavy metal problem. While sardines are naturally low in mercury, recent 2025 data from Consumer Lab discovered alarming levels of arsenic in certain popular canned fish brands, with some even requiring a California Proposition 65 warning label. Arsenic is a known human carcinogen, and when fish are pulled from polluted industrial waters, they soak up these toxins like a sponge. To make matters worse, these low-tier brands drown their fish in heavily processed soybean oil. Why? Because soybean oil is dirt cheap, and its heavy, greasy profile conveniently masks the metallic, rancid taste of low-quality, poorly handled fish. Nutritionally, it's a disaster. It floods your body with inflammatory omega-6 fatty acids, completely wiping out the cardiovascular benefits of the fish's natural omega-3s. Combine that with industrial linings that leach the hormone-disrupting chemical BPA straight into the fatty tissue of the fish, and you have a toxic cocktail wrapped in metal. There is also the hidden nightmare of histamine poisoning, or scombroid poisoning. When small oily fish like sardines are left sitting on warm docks instead of being instantly iced down, bacteria rapidly convert the amino acid histidine into toxic histamine. The terrifying part? Histamine is completely heat stable. The intense heat of the canning factory kills the bacteria, but the poison remains entirely intact, waiting to cause rapid heart rates, violent headaches, and digestive distress when you open the can. Cheap brands cut corners on the costly cold chain logistics required to prevent this, leaving you to play Russian roulette with your lunch. But the absolute peak of industry rot belongs to Bumblebee Foods, the massive corporate parent behind Beechcliff in Brunswick. This isn't just a story of bad fish. It is a story of federal crime. The United States Department of Justice launched a massive investigation that caught Bumblebee and its rival StarKist red-handed in a criminal, multi-year conspiracy to fix the prices of canned seafood across America. Instead of competing fairly to keep food affordable, these corporate titans colluded behind closed doors to artificially inflate the prices of a basic pantry staple. Bumblebee pleaded guilty and was hit with a $25 million criminal fine, while StarKist was slapped with a staggering $100 million penalty. The absolute kicker? In 2020, Bumblebee's former chief executive officer, Christopher Leshevsky, was convicted by a federal jury and sentenced to 40 months in federal prison. Think about the malice behind that crime. Canned fish is a vital source of cheap, healthy protein relied on by senior citizens on fixed incomes, struggling families, and budget-conscious students. The biggest players in the game actively broke federal law to rob a few extra cents out of the pockets of the most vulnerable people in the country. That is the real face of the budget canned fish industry. It is a system built on deception, legal loopholes, and corporate greed. And now, what it was worth watching all the way through for. We are finally leaving the swamp of corporate greed, cheap fillers, and federal price fixing behind. The relief here is real, because you do not have to give up on the incredible health benefits of canned fish. You just have to change where you look on the shelf and stop treating all tins as equal. The brands we are diving into right now have earned their spot not through flashy marketing campaigns or cute seaside drawings, but through absolute transparency, independent laboratory validation, and a fundamental respect for the person buying their food. When you switch to a high-quality brand, the sensory difference hits you the second you peel back the metal lid. You are no longer greeted by a murky gray pool of mysterious sludge or a cloud of fishy odor meant to mask rot. Instead, you see intact, beautifully silver, meticulously cleaned fish resting in clean mediums. The texture is firm and meaty, completely free of that mushy, grain-heavy mouthfeel that makes budget options taste like pure despair. We begin with the most accessible, mainstream hero of the clean aisle, Wild Planet. You can find this brand in almost every major American supermarket, from Target and Kroger to local Safeway or Publix stores. Wild Planet completely flipped the script on the traditional commodity fish trade. Instead of buying anonymous, untraceable bycatch from industrial vacuum vessels, they sourced their wild-caught Pacific sardines using sustainable, selective harvesting methods. Flip a Wild Planet can over, and there is no reading between the lines. They use genuine, true sardines, specifically Sardinops sagax. When it comes to safety, they don't ask you to just trust their word. Wild Planet uses strictly BPA-free can linings, and they've built their entire brand identity on rigorous third-party testing protocols for heavy metals like mercury and arsenic. Nutritionally, they don't drown their fish in an inflammatory river of soybean oil. They pack them simply in water or organic extra virgin olive oil, which means you keep all the natural, heart-healthy omega-3 fatty acids without flooding your body with processed omega-6s. Because they don't use fillers, the taste is clean, mild, and naturally savory. Price-wise, they are slightly more expensive than a store brand, usually running around $2 to $3 a tin, but when you convert that to cost per use, you are paying a tiny fraction of a dollar more to completely eliminate the risk of heavy metal exposure and corporate deception. It is the ultimate default option for any American pantry. Next up is King Oscar, a heritage brand with a massive footprint across the United States, heavily stocked at places like Costco, Woodman's, and local grocery chains. King Oscar is widely celebrated for its premier line of Bristling sardines. Now, to be completely transparent, as we promised we would be, Bristling is a tiny, delicate member of the herring family, often called the sprat. But unlike the budget brands that quietly hide this substitution in tiny print to trick you, King Oscar puts it proudly right on the front of the tin. They own their process. These fish are wild caught in the pristine, icy fjords of the North Sea, instantly chilled to maintain absolute cold chain perfection, and then oak smoked before being hand-packed into premium olive oil. The sensory experience here is legendary. Because they are tiny, the bones and scales are completely unnoticeable, giving the fish a luxurious, velvety, melt-in-your-mouth texture with a sophisticated touch of wood smoke. It consistently tops independent consumer taste tests across the country. Yes, it is a sprat, but it is handled with artisan care, proving that transparency in labeling is infinitely better than hiding behind an industry loophole. If you want independent lab data to back up your grocery list, look no further than Season Brand. This brand is a staple across the country, frequently found in bulk at Costco and on the shelves of ShopRite, H-E-B, and Albertsons. Season Brand achieved a massive victory for consumer confidence when it was independently tested by the rigorous laboratories at Consumer Lab. The data showed that Season Brand sardines ranked among the cleanest options available, showcasing exceptionally low contaminant profiles and hitting stellar marks for active omega-3 content. They specialize in skinless and boneless varieties packed in pure olive oil or water, making them the absolute perfect gateway for anyone who is still a little intimidated by the appearance of traditional sardines. The texture is incredibly firm, mimicking the clean bite of canned chicken or tuna, with absolutely zero fishy aftertaste. It gives you verified, lab-tested safety without a luxury markup. For those tracking specific sustainability certifications, Crown Prince is your absolute go-to, widely available at Whole Foods, Trader Joe's, and natural food co-ops nationwide. Crown Prince doesn't play games with their supply chain. They actively partner with fisheries that carry the prestigious Marine Stewardship Council, or MSC, certification. This means every single fish can be tracked back to a well-managed, sustainable fishery that protects the local marine ecosystem from overfishing and destructive tracking practices. Their cans are strictly BPA-free, and they offer a massive variety of packs, from skinless and boneless in pure water to whole fish in robust organic extra virgin olive oil. Finally, for the absolute pinnacle of the culinary experience, you need to look for authentic Spanish or Portuguese MSC certified tins, which are now widely imported and sold at premium shops, Whole Foods, and specialized aisles in chains like Wegmans. Brands like Matiz or Nuri treat the humble sardine not as a cheap commodity, but as an absolute delicacy. These premium canning houses use true European pilchards, caught daily, brought to the docks on ice, and processed entirely by hand within hours. They are hand-trimmed, hand-layered, and submerged in top-tier estate-grown extra virgin olive oil that tastes like it belongs on a five-star restaurant salad. The downside? They are expensive, often costing $5 to $7 a tin. But for a special meal, the cost is entirely justified by the unmatched culinary craftsmanship. You are paying for a flawless, pristine piece of seafood preserved at the absolute peak of its freshness. Now that you know exactly which brands are treating you like an open wallet, and which ones are treating you like a human being, let's arm you with the ultimate self-defense toolkit. The next time you are standing under the fluorescent lights of a Target, Walmart, or Safeway, staring down a wall of metal tins, you need to use these 5 concrete rules to protect your health and your wallet. Treat this as your personal blueprint to completely bypass marketing trickery. Rule number 1. Demand absolute species disclosure. Do not let the giant, bold word sardines on the front of the tin dictate your purchase. Flip that can over immediately and read the microscopic ingredient list on the back. If the ingredient deck reads Sardinops sagax, Sardina pilchardus, or explicitly names true Pacific or European pilchard sardines, you are getting exactly what you came for. If it says Atlantic herring, European sprat, or bristling, recognize that you are buying a biological cousin. If a brand proudly prints the actual scientific Latin name or names the specific ocean waters right there on the label, it is a massive green light that they have nothing to hide. If it just says fish or sardines in the ingredients with zero context, leave it on the shelf. Rule number 2. Completely banish soybean oil from your cart. The liquid your fish is swimming in acts as a direct window into the company's manufacturing soul. If a can lists soybean oil, corn oil, or generic vegetable oil, it is an immediate red flag. Budget manufacturers use these highly processed seed oils because they are incredibly cheap, and their heavy, greasy profile serves to mask the metallic, mushy taste of low-grade fish. Look exclusively for tins packed in high-quality extra virgin olive oil or pure spring water. Water lets you control your own macronutrients, while true extra virgin olive oil safely absorbs the fat-soluble omega-3s from the fish, turning the packing medium into a heart-healthy asset rather than an inflammatory disaster. Rule number 3. Search for explicit verification of clean packaging. Do not play guessing games with industrial chemicals. Fatty, oily fish sitting in a metal tin for months on end is the absolute perfect environment for bisphenol A to leach straight into your food. Look for a clear, dedicated label that states BPA-free or BPA-NE, which means no intentional bisphenol compounds were used in the lining. Brands like Wild Planet and Season Brand print this proudly because they paid for the safer container technology. If the can offers zero information about the synthetic lining inside, assume it is standard, cheap industrial coating, and keep moving. Rule number 4. Cross-reference the physical origin and check for independent certifications. Look for the Blue Marine Stewardship Council seal or clear indicators that the fish was sourced from highly regulated, sustainable waters like the Pacific Northwest, Alaska, Japan, or the coastal currents of Morocco. If a can lists vague catch-all statements like product of multiple countries or hides behind a corporate distribution address in the USA without naming the actual ocean of origin, you are buying into an untraceable commodity chain that frequently mixes overfished, contaminated, or improperly handled hauls. Rule number 5, respect the price floor. Excellent, nutritious sardines are easily one of the best bangs for your buck in the entire grocery store, but economics do not lie. A high-quality fish that was immediately iced on a selective harvest vessel, transported through an unbroken cold chain to prevent dangerous histamine buildup, hand-trimmed, and packed in clean olive oil cannot physically sell for 89 cents at retail. When you see a tin price significantly below the $2 mark, understand that you aren't getting a bargain. You are eating the direct result of massive corners being cut on heavy metal testing, species authenticity, and workplace safety. When you synthesize all of this, the takeaway is clear. The modern consumer product industry is built entirely on the assumption that you will remain passive, that you will blindly grab whatever is sitting at eye level, and that you will never look past the front of the packaging. The massive corporate entities behind the budget aisle rely completely on loose federal definitions and your own culinary confusion to turn a cheap byproduct into an ongoing revenue stream. But by making one single deliberate shift in your grocery habits, by refusing to buy anonymous commodity tins and actively supporting independent, transparent, third-party tested brands, you completely strip these predatory corporations of their power. You stop being a victim of marketing and start being a conscious manager of your own health. Thank you so much for investing your time with me today to dig up the truth behind the supermarket shelves. If you have a friend or a family member who constantly hoards cheap tins in their pantry, thinking they're pulling off a massive health hack, please share this video with them right now. You might save them from a heavy dose of industrial toxins or a miserable case of scombroid poisoning. I want to hear from you directly in the comments below. Drop the name of the exact brand that is sitting on your kitchen shelf this very second, and let's see how many of us have been accidentally buying into the corporate shell game. If you want to keep building your factual armor against everyday household scams, click right here to watch our deep dive expose on the hidden reality of store brand olive oils. Flip the tin over, read the back, and stay sharp out there.
Eh. 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 Ideme na to. Mm. No. Mm. Ideme na to. Skrýval som fľaše do salám a chlebov. Ako skryješ fľašu do salámy? Man.
Right now, your body is making a decision. Not about whether you can finish a 45-minute walk, but about where it's going to get the energy to keep you moving. Most people think walking is just a slow way to burn calories. But inside your body, something much more intelligent is happening. Thousands of tiny signals are traveling between your brain, muscles, heart, and fat cells, quietly preparing for a transformation you can't even see. And here's the surprising part. The biggest changes don't happen when you take your first step, because what happens next changes everything. The moment you start walking, your body doesn't panic. It doesn't immediately reach for stored fat. Instead, it acts like a well-organized city waking up for the day. Roads begin to fill, power stations increase production, and communication systems come alive. Your heart beats a little faster, sending more oxygen-rich blood through your body. Your muscles begin asking for extra fuel. At first, they mostly use the energy that's easiest to access, like spending the cash already in your wallet before going to the bank. Your body isn't being lazy. It's being efficient. But here's the part most people miss. Your body has already started planning for something bigger. After about 10 to 15 minutes, the conversation inside your body begins to change. Your breathing becomes more steady. Your heart finds a comfortable rhythm. Blood vessels widen, allowing oxygen and nutrients to reach working muscles more easily. At the same time, hormone signals begin shifting. Insulin gradually becomes less dominant, while other messengers encourage stored energy to become available. Think of your fat cells as giant warehouses. They don't open their doors the second you start moving. They wait until the body sends the right security code. Now watch this. Around the 20 to 30 minute mark, something remarkable happens. Your muscles have already used much of their quick energy, so your body starts depending more on stored fat to help keep you going.
Keď nemám stored fat,
This is where most people stop, but this is where it starts. Tiny fat molecules leave their storage sites and enter the bloodstream like delivery trucks, heading toward busy factories. Your muscles receive them, break them down, and turn them into usable energy. All of this happens without you feeling a single one of these invisible processes. You're simply walking. Inside, millions of cells are working together with incredible precision, and this changes everything. As you move beyond 30 minutes and approach 45, your body becomes even more efficient. Your heart pumps blood with less effort. Your muscles coordinate movement more smoothly. Deep inside each muscle cell, tiny structures called mitochondria, the body's energy factories, work harder and gradually become stronger through repeated practice. This isn't just today's workout. Your body is preparing for tomorrow's. Every consistent walk teaches these energy factories to produce more energy while wasting less. Over time, your body becomes better at using oxygen, transporting nutrients, and accessing stored fuel. But here's where it gets even more interesting. The benefits don't stop when you stop walking. After your walk ends, your body continues repairing muscle fibers, restoring energy stores, balancing hormones, and adapting to everything it just experienced. It's almost like upgrading software after every successful mission. Each walk leaves behind tiny improvements that slowly build into lasting change. This is what many people misunderstand. They believe they're fighting against their body because progress feels slow. In reality, you're not fighting your body, you're training it. Your body isn't trying to make fat loss impossible. It's constantly protecting you, adapting to your habits, and learning from the signals you send every day. And walking is one of the clearest signals you can give. Research has consistently shown that regular brisk walking improves cardiovascular fitness, insulin sensitivity, metabolic health, and the body's ability to use energy more efficiently over time. These improvements often begin long before dramatic changes appear in the mirror. But there's another side to the story. When movement becomes rare, your body simply adapts in the opposite direction. Energy systems become less efficient, muscles demand less fuel, and the powerful communication between your organs slowly becomes quieter. Not because your body is failing, because it's responding to the signals it's receiving. The incredible part is that every 45-minute walk sends a new message. A message that says, build stronger muscles, improve circulation, use energy more wisely, prepare for tomorrow. And with enough repetition, your body listens. Your heart grows more efficient. Your muscles become better at burning fuel. Your metabolism becomes more flexible. Your entire internal system slowly rewires itself, not through intensity, but through consistency. Your body isn't broken. It's responding. Every step is a signal. Every walk is a lesson. And every 45-minute walk teaches your body to become just a little stronger, a little smarter, and a little more efficient than it was yesterday. So here's a question for you. What surprised you most about what happens inside your body during
Nič.
45
Nič si
minute walk?
nepovedal.
Let me know in the comments.
Nič si
And if
nepovedal.
you're curious about the hidden science behind everyday habits, don't forget to subscribe for the next journey inside your body.
Nič si nepovedal. Povieme, že v útorok ma čaká štrka, potom mať nohy čo najviac. Čo najviac. Ideme na to, prišiel čas. Oh fuck. Táto si dala nohy hore. Pri tom ako visí. A na ňu.
Okay, the art of hanging and the power of it. I make all of my students do this. You should also be doing it at home. Even if it means you can only do 5 seconds, it's going to get better. Make sure to do a warm up before. I have quite a few videos you can follow to do that. But let me talk about hanging.
Táto si dala nohy hore, to není možno zle, to vyskúšam
You
dneska.
want to have the bar on the meaty part of the hand, not where the line is. And it gets a little bit uncomfortable, but the more you hold, you're going to feel calluses. I know, super sexy. And then hanging will become more enjoyable. When you're hanging, you can also use the thumbs to kind of hold the fingers in position. So I'm just going to take off my rings. I should have done that before, but hey, we're going with the flow. If you don't
To si dáva nohy hore, to
use
nie je zle.
the hands properly, then especially if you're starting, it'll be worth it. Now from here, I'm going to hang, and I want to think about breaking the bar and pushing the pubic bone forward and hugging the ribs in. And this is a really nice place to start. Try to hold this 10-15 seconds in the beginning. The goal is to minimally get to a minute and ideally 2 minutes, but I know that's a lot. So your hands will get sore. Typically, it gives up pretty rapidly. Once you feel like you're strong enough, sorry, there's somebody opening up a bag. Once you feel like you're strong enough to hold, then you're going to practice bringing the knees into the chest. Slow, knees into chest,
Toto vyskúšam.
and all the way down.
Budem nohy držať hore.
And the whole time I'm focusing on keeping this integrated.
Možno to bude
And
jednoduchšie.
especially when you lower the legs, the ribs
Uvidím.
are going to want to fire, and this is where you really want to keep the ribs in so you can work on that strength. Hanging is really good for proximal stability. It works on strength, it works on flexibility, like all of the components.
Dneska som tuším nevydržal visieť ani minútu 50. Dneska som tuším dal iba minútu 45. Okolo minúty 40. Pravá ruka mi veľmi rýchlo odchádza. Neviem prečo. Ľavá sa dokáže držať dlhšie. Ľavá nemá problémy. Ale práva začne odchádzať, práva sa začne púšťať. Neviem prečo práva. Pritom práva je silnejšia ruka. To som nikdy nepochopil. Práva je silnejšia ruka a odchádza skôr. Tie nohy vyskúšam si dať hore dneska. A poďme na to, ideme to rozprodiť. Takže ideme na relaxačný tréningový deň číslo 1007. Ale páni, vidíme sa. Vidíme sa 5007, tak zatiaľ páni, vidíme sa.